Testing. Test. Okay, I will call the joint meeting of the Milpitas City Council and Housing Authority of June 4th, 2024 in order. While this meeting is being broadcast via Zoom, oral public comment may only be provided live at the City Council meeting in person. The City Council meeting is available for instant translation in over 50 languages with Wordly, accessible via mobile phone, computer, and video displays. To use Wordly, please scan the QR code located on the title page of the agenda in the upper right-hand corner. So back to today's business. City Clerk Gazetta, could you please take the roll call?
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Here.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Here.
Councilmember Lian,
Here.
Councilmember Fan,
Present.
Mayor Montano.
And I am here. Thank you. So before we adjourn to closed session, City Attorney Mutalapasi, please brief the public on closed session items for today.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, you have an employee performance evaluation. The position tonight is City Manager. This is a regular evaluation.
Okay, and I'm going to call for public comment on this item. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on this item?
We have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And so now we will close to closed session. Thank you. Okay, it is 7:20. And we are going to reconvene. And let's stand up for we will need to do an announcement in closed session, city attorney. Yeah. So we didn't have any announcements. So let's rise up for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And now invocation, we have our council member Han Lin doing the invocation. See you. See, where's it? So, Dan, we need some help up here, but I don't see any of the names up here. Yes, you. There it is. Okay. Delegates. Here we go. Top.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, as we make a very important decision for the city, we ask that God provide us with the proper wisdom, the proper guidance, and the right decisions as we decide for the city tonight. I also want to pray for the wars going on in this world, the war in Ukraine, the war in Palestine. I pray that all those people involved be blessed and hopefully they will find peace sooner or later and avoid further conflicts of the world. We continue to ask blessings for each and every family in Milpitas, and we are so thankful to the Lord for providing us safety and blessings all throughout our lives. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. So there are no announcements tonight, and so moving on to public forum. So members of the public are invited to speak on any item that does not appear on today's agenda. Please note that oral public comment may only be provided live at the city council meeting in person. And public forum will be limited to 1 minute. So I will call speakers. City Clerk,
We have Voltaire Montemayor.
please come up, Mr. Montemayor. Welcome.
Thank you. Voltaire Montemayor Milpitas, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, and staff. I always do the in my topics in general. So it's sporadic in my I scribble something. Yeah, we're lucky in Milpitas. We don't have the dangerous fire, so we need just fire prevention. We need safety among ourselves. And when evacuation is called, then we should be ready. Save your lives. Each summer, we avoid to be dehydrated. There's a heat wave forecasted for tomorrow. So we pray. I'm sharing, encouraging to make 17 seconds. Happy graduation to all. I had a parks tour yesterday with the PRCRC. And I had the 2 white bags of this Milpitas sanitation, and it's easy to contact and get those privileges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Is there anyone else?
I have no additional public speaker cards, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're moving on to the announcements of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. We have City Attorney Michael Mutalapasi.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask you, Mayor, and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
None.
Vice Mayor Chua.
None.
Councilmember Lian.
None.
Councilmember Fan.
None.
Mayor Montano.
And I am none. Thank you.
I further ask you, Mayor Montano, and the members of the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from the development project applicant for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
None.
Vice Mayor Chua,
None.
Councilmember Liang,
None.
Councilmember Fan,
None.
Mayor Montano.
None.
Please let the record reflect there are no reported conflicts.
Thank you for that. And now we're going to read the code of conduct. I will ask anyone that would like to volunteer. Seeing none, I will go ahead and read it. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflict of interest and affiliations related to the agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. Council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Okay, now moving on to the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any changes to make? We have Vice Mayor Chua.
Seeing none, so move.
There a second? We have a second. It was moved by Vice Mayor. Chua,
I
seconded
have
by-
a comment.
I'm sorry. It was moved by Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Council Member.
I'm trying to make a comment.
You were trying to make a comment?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so, yeah, I would like to, move, number 17 up, before, the public hearing. Before, oh, I'm sorry, before 13.
Is there a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, so it was moved by Councilmember Anthony Fan to move item 17 before item 13 and seconded by Vice Mayor. Take a vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
No, she doesn't. You're controlling it, right?
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Liang,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Okay. So now we're moving on to the consent calendar.
I'd like to pull item C2.
C2. So it was Councilmember Anthony Fan would like to remove item C2 for discussion. Is there anyone else? And we have Vice Mayor Chua.
Move the consent calendar with being, C2 being pulled.
Okay. All right, so now it's time for the vote.
Mayor, we need a second on that.
Second. It was seconded by Councilmember Liang. Now we'll take the vote.
We need to call for public comment.
Public comment?
Thanks, City Council Member Fan. Yeah, the C2, because of the 2 successive weeks, maybe, is that the point? I will listen. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards.
Okay. All right, so I think we need to restate the motion. If any changes were made. So we moved, for consent items, we moved C2. And we had asked, Vice Mayor Chua had moved make the motion to remove C2, and then Councilmember Lin had seconded. So now we're going to call for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. So now we will move on to public hearings. City Manager? That's, so we're doing item 17.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is a public hearing. Excuse me, a public hearing and a resolution related to a zoning ordinance text amendment and a zoning ordinance map amendment. And I believe we will have our planning director, Jay Lee. No, apparently he was not aware. Oh, we have our project manager, Holly Lee, is available. She's calling in remotely. So she will start the presentation, and our planning director will join us when he's available.
Good evening, council members and staff. I'm Holly Pearson. I'm the Planning Department's project manager for the Comprehensive Zoning Update Project. And for the presentation, I'm going to turn the time over to our consultant. We have Jennifer Murillo from Lisa Wise Consulting.
Thank you, Holly. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Jen Murillo with LWC, and I'll be giving the presentation. Next. So for this presentation, I will go through an overview of the project, then I'll touch on each piece of the action for tonight, and I'll follow up at the end with a discussion of the focus outreach that was conducted for the BPRD, the Business Park Research and Development Zone. Then I'll follow up with the Planning Commission discussion and their recommendation. Next. This project is a two-phase project. The first phase of this project is what you are considering tonight. It is the new zoning districts and zoning map that are necessitated through the general plan that was adopted a couple years ago and the metro specific plan. This also includes necessary amendments to the zoning ordinance itself, and those are strictly part of the state requirement that the general plan and the zoning ordinance be consistent. Phase 2 of this project is looking at the comprehensive update or overhaul to the zoning ordinance, so a full rewrite and reorganization. And the phase 1 material, these new zoning districts, those will be integrated into that overall update to the zoning ordinance. Next. And this project is about a 2.5-year project. We're about a year into it. We started with conducting background review and research. And then we've been focused on this phase 1 effort, these new zoning districts and zoning map, again, the focus of tonight's hearing. And then phase 2, the comprehensive update, we expect to have that complete in summer of next year. So summer of 2025, we expect to have that complete. And throughout this project, we have been speaking to the community and holding public meetings, and we will continue to have the opportunities throughout this project for community input and feedback. Next. So far over the last year, we've held outreach meetings and interviewed stakeholders. We've met with a technical advisory committee. which included city staff. We've had meetings with the zoning advisory group, a community workshop, study session with the planning commission, a study session with city council, and also a meeting with the Economic Development and Trade Commission. All the material for this project, including all of the meeting materials and videos, are available on the project website. Next. So the first piece of the action before you is the general plan amendment. And as I mentioned, the amendments to the general plan are strictly for the consistency and alignment between the general plan and zoning. So these are minor amendments related to the general plan, to both the general plan land use map and also text element or text changes to the land use element as well. And this includes amending density ranges for a couple of the residential designations. It includes removing the descriptor of small in the discussion of BPRD, which I will talk about in a little bit, and also removing one zone as an implementing zone for the general commercial designation. So again, these are minor tweaks to be able to make sure we align the general plan and zoning for full consistency. Next. So for the zoning text amendments, we are looking at amending various sections of the zoning ordinance to ensure we have the complete alignment in terms of consistency. That includes modifications to definitions, the new zones themselves, parking regulations, non-conforming, and housing element sites. Now, housing element sites is strictly related to the housing element itself. It's included in this package because of the time sensitivity with implementing housing element programs. Next. So first, the new zone, the BPRD zone. This area is the southwest employment area of the city. The purpose and intent of this zone is that this area is an employment area. It's focused on high tech, integrating with R&D, advanced manufacturing, office, and warehouse uses. Next. So not surprisingly, key uses that are proposed to be allowed in this area are advanced manufacturing, R&D, data centers, and warehousing. But because of the employment focus of this area, there is a nuance in terms of the way warehousing is proposed to be allowed. Now, warehousing is proposed to be allowed of any size in BPRD, but just that larger warehouses over 150,000 square feet would require a conditional use permit. Some of the key development standards related to this zone include an establishment of a minimum lot size, establishing maximum building height up to 5 stories, 80 feet, and including standards for floor area ratio or the intensity of buildings. Next. So to implement, again, the vision of the general plan describing this southwest employment area, we have special design standards that relate to the buildings themselves as well as to sites. So we have standards included for entrances to buildings, facade design, but also related to circulation for pedestrians and bicycles, landscaping, parking, and lighting. Next. The metro area zones are another set of zones, new zones being included in this amendment. And the metro area is located around the BART station, Great Mall, light rail station. This area is a high density mix of uses. 7 new zones are included, and those 7 zones correspond exactly to the land use classifications in the specific plan. Next. And the metro specific plan identified a fair amount of development standards in the specific plan itself. So we took those and now have integrated them into the zoning districts. So again, this is just alignment directly out of the metro specific plan with standards for things like density, setbacks, height, open space, again, pulling directly out of what was adopted in the metro specific plan to ensure that those align. Next. Now for the zoning map. So we have these new zones that are being established. We need to make sure that those are mapped and displayed on the zoning map. So the approach in this case is strictly making sure that the zoning map is consistent with the general plan map and the zoning map is also consistent with the metro specific plan. So again, a consistency exercise. Next. And in terms of the proposed changes, there are 3 areas of the city where zoning map changes are proposed. That includes the Southwest Employment Area, BPRD, the metro area, and then California Circle up to the north. Next. So here's a zoom in, looking closer at BPRD, or the Southwest Employment Area, and the metro area. In this case, this is a case where all of the properties zoned or designated as BPRD in the general plan are proposed to be zoned as this new BPRD zone. That's in the blue on the left-hand side. And then the metro area, where you see the pinks and purples, all of the area within the metro specific plan also proposed to be rezoned to make sure that they are afforded the new development standards that were adopted through the metro specific plan. Next. And then looking up here at California Circle, this was also an area that necessitated adjusted zoning districts to implement the general plan. And here we have a mix of zones that are included for properties at California Circle. Next. And then here, this is the citywide zoning map. So this is pulling together those proposed changes together with all of the areas of the city that are not proposed to be changed. So you can see that in total. And this is what would serve as the city's official zoning map going forward after adoption. Next. So I wanted to circle back to the BPRD zone. After we had the study session with council in October, council directed the city to conduct additional outreach, focused outreach with property owners and stakeholders in the BPRD area. This was as a result of the vast majority of comments and interest we had on the draft regulations coming from owners and stakeholders in this area. The city held 3 focus group meetings, also met separately with Cisco Systems, Chamber of Commerce, and heard really high quality input during these meetings, had really good engagement, really good feedback, and were able to work with the comments given and input by the stakeholders to make revisions to the proposed standards. And as staff went through revisions, they followed up with those stakeholders to make sure that we were appropriately integrating and the comments they were providing. So we now feel with the draft that you have before you for consideration, that draft reflects the current market conditions. It reflects, we feel that it does reflect the needs of high-tech industries. Next. And some of the key revisions that came out of those meetings and that outreach included where we are today with the proposal on warehousing. And it does allow warehousing of any size in BPRD, just that the larger warehouses of 150,000 of greater than 150,000 square feet, that those warehouses would have to go through a conditional use permit process. We also included revisions to definitions to distinguish between storage of materials and finished products related to an employment generating use. So storage related to advanced manufacturing, to R&D, there wouldn't be any size thresholds related to storage associated with those employment generating uses versus the standalone passive storage. So a standalone warehouse would be the only type of storage that is would be subject to the proposed threshold of the conditional use permit after they're greater than 150,000 square feet. Some additional uses were added as a result of the outreach. And then the development design standards that you have before you tonight, we had a much larger list of standards that we had proposed in the draft packet. And based on these conversations, some standards were just eliminated entirely based on feedback we heard. Others were relaxed or revised to better accommodate the needs of the stakeholders and property owners in this area. Next. So the environmental analysis that was conducted for this project is an EIR addendum. That's an addendum to the environmental impact report that was certified for the general plan, as well as the EIR that was certified for the metro specific plan. And that addendum found that the impacts of this project remain consistent with the impacts that were analyzed in those EIRs, that no substantial revisions to those EIRs would be required as a result of this project, and there's no new significant information or changes that have occurred. So the addendum found that there's no further environmental review, that the addendum that you have in your packet is sufficient for environmental analysis. Next. So last month, we brought this before Planning Commission for their recommendation. The Planning Commission's discussion centered around long-term economic sustainability and competitiveness of Milpitas. They discussed the threshold, the conditional use permit threshold for warehouse and distribution, which is proposed at 150,000 square feet. Ultimately, the commission decided to leave the proposal as proposed by staff and recommended unanimously to move the project forward to council without any changes. Next. So now the recommendation to council is that the council determine that the addendum is adequate and in compliance with the CEQA guidelines, that the council adopt the resolution approving the general plan amendment, and also to waive the first reading, adopt by or introduce by title only the ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and updating the zoning map. With that, I thank you very much for your time. We are happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Jen. And I just would like to briefly add on regarding the point about the warehousing size threshold. As Jen mentioned, that was the major point of discussion at the Planning Commission hearing. And it was also one of the major points of discussion in all of the outreach that we did. So following our focus group meetings, we talked one-on-one and had some follow-up with various stakeholders talking about the appropriate size. And I just wanted to briefly speak to why staff is continuing to recommend 150,000 square foot by right limit for warehousing, and then a conditional use permit required beyond that. We did some research looking at regulations for other cities in the South Bay and in the East Bay, not overall for the citywide, but specifically for zones that have a similar sort of purpose and intent to our BPRD zone. That is that they're attracting high-tech uses, that they're focused on kind of innovative new businesses, as opposed to more traditional light warehousing. And we found that basically all cities in these types of zones, they limit warehousing in some way, either with a size threshold. There's at least one other city that has a 150,000 square foot limit for by right warehousing, or through other mechanisms such as floor area ratio limits and things like that. So it's a balancing act, and staff continues to feel that 150 square feet is a number that we're comfortable with and that would work well for this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Holly and Jen. So now we will open up the public hearing and call for any comments. Any cards, speaker cards? Anyone
I
in
have
the
no
audience?
speaker cards, Mayor.
Come on down. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Nick Lampson. I'm with McCarthy Development. We're a local landowner and longtime commercial real estate developer in the city. I first want to say that, I appreciate all the work that's gone into putting the zoning update into place. I know it takes a lot of work, but I did have one comment, and it was just around the BPRD zoning and the threshold for warehouse and distribution. My suggestion would be to increase it to 200,000 from the 150,000 right now. I think really the key is flexibility, and we need the flexibility in order to get the investors to come to Milpitas and build these new buildings to attract those high tenants or the high tech tenants. Because I think there's a lot of development opportunity in the city, and if we limit, and I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if we limit it, it's going to kind of hinder those investors from coming in, and they view a CUP as really a large risk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to make any comments? Mr. Montemayor, coming up.
Thank you. I support the encouragement for the previous speaker. Anyway, the presenter, I think at least you have half or one third of the say, city manager and the city council. So we saw the focus is on the northwest, southwest, and the high density area. Yeah, you're focusing on that is I thank you. Great job. In other words, Elements, Cisco, all those, California Circle, and the BART. Yeah, we need, as I could see, that's the update or current or progress report. So we're watching, and I'm watching closely, I myself. So thank you. I have to say more. I think the EIR is environment impact resources is not electronic
Thank you.
info resource, is not entrepreneur and resident.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, is there anyone else? So seeing none, I will close the public hearing and move on with our council discussion and any questions. So council members.
Mayor, at this time, may I introduce the title of the ordinance?
Sure. Yes, please do so.
It's a mouthful, so you'll have to bear with me. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas amending Title 11, Chapter 10, Section 2, Definitions, Section 3, Zoning Districts, Section 7, Industrial Zones and Standards, Section 53, Off-Street Parking Regulations, and Section 56, Non-Conforming Buildings and Uses, and adding Section 9, Metro Area Zones and Standards, and subsection 54.18, 2023 to 2031 housing element sites related to the creation of new zoning districts, business park development, business park research and development zone, metro area zones, and amending the zoning map of the city of Milpitas to change the zoning classification of certain parcels throughout the city to achieve consistency between the Milpitas 2040 general plan, Milpitas metro specific plan, zoning ordinance, and zoning map. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So going back to the council discussion and any questions, any council member have any discussions? Of Councilmember Barbadillo. No. Discussion. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor. So prior to tonight's council meeting, I was briefed regarding this amendment. And the reason why I'm going to ask questions is to make sure that as presented tonight, how technical it is, it was, and the reasons for those amendments, I want the public to understand it laymanly. Because it took time for me to understand it during the briefing, and it was supplemented by today's presentation. So my first question is, why was there a need to amend the general plan?
Thank you, council member. Yes, and we did try to keep it simple because it is quite a lot, but I'm happy to get into the details if it's helpful. So as was mentioned in the presentation, the purpose of this first phase of the zoning update was to bring the general plan and the zoning ordinance and zoning map into consistency as required by state law. So initially, it was expected we would just be amending the zoning ordinance and the zoning map, but there were a few instances as we got into the exercise of, aligning the consistency between the two, realizing that a few minor adjustments were needed to the general plan. So one example I'd like to give, again, trying to keep it simple, but for our single family residential zone, there are a few different kind of variations with different minimum lot sizes, reflecting different development patterns for the single family neighborhoods in the city. And the density ranges that are allowed in those zones didn't quite line up with the corresponding density ranges that the general plan had for those single family zones. So we just made a minor adjustment so that that would match up. So it's minor things like that. There was a similar amendment needed for one of our commercial zones, which with the new general plan, the density of the zone that was implementing the general plan land use designation didn't quite match. So a couple of minor refinements were needed to the general plan. And then, of course, as mentioned also, for the description of the BPRD land use designation in the general plan, it had stated small warehouses. And as we got into the process, realized that we needed to be more flexible about allowing larger warehouses. We realized we needed to remove that word small so that the zoning would actually be implementing what the general plan says about the BPRD.
Right. Is it fair to say that we're tidying up our zoning maps to be very consistent with the policy of our general plan to realize the vision of the certain areas that we're trying to change or tweak to be responsive to economic development?
Yes, I would agree. That's a good way to put it.
Now I see JD. All right. So I'll go to the issue of the BPRD, and this is a creation, as you said, a product of here and there considerations of a development in that area, particularly the warehousing and the distribution, right? And I'll go to the 150,000 above that needs a conditional use permit. I'm mindful because it's the same question from the gentleman from McCarthy's statement regarding it may be I might misquote you, it may be a deterrence for investors for such smaller 150,000 square footage, and there was a thought about 200,000. So my question is, what is the positive consequence of having the threshold of 150,000 square footage and asking for a conditional use permit, other than keeping it just open and investors are free to come and suggest any square footage of their desire? So what made us incorporate in this policy the conditional use permit for more than 100,000 square footage?
So I'll answer that to the best of my ability and also invite Jay Lee, Planning Director, and others from the city management to weigh in, because we've had a lot of discussions about this at the city management level. But so I would go back to saying that initially when we were implementing the general plan as it was adopted in 2021, it was envisioned that this area would transition from being a light industrial area to a campus-like development, higher density, focused on integrating office with R&D and advanced manufacturing. So it was a certain vision, that, as we got into this process, the economy has changed post-COVID. The market conditions are what they are. It's rapidly changing. And we heard a lot of feedback about needing flexibility. So we went through a process of kind of gradually figuring out what was the best way to accommodate the current market and allowing warehousing, giving flexibility to developers, to property owners, minimizing risk for investors, but still hoping to state as true as we can to the vision of what the BPRD zone and the Southwest Employment Area are intended to be. So initially we had a much smaller threshold for warehousing. We increased it substantially. We talked about different numbers, ultimately settled on 150,000 square feet based on, I would say two things: input from stakeholders that, people in the field, in the industry, developers, commercial real estate brokers, and then also just policy discussions among the city manager's office, Office of Economic Development Planning, and kind of arriving at that as a number that we felt would strike a balance. In terms of why requiring a CUP at all, for larger warehouses, it gives the city and the planning department some discretion and ability to kind of look at it case by case, site conditions, and if it's available information about the tenant, the operating plan, what might be impacts as far as truck traffic or things like that we have the ability to just have some discretion over those land use decisions. It's in the case of a large redevelopment of a site, developer would need a site development permit anyway, which is a planning commission decision. So it's adding another entitlement, another set of factors or criteria to consider.
And if I may also add, Councilmember Barbadillo, and thank you, Holly. I think Holly put it quite well. What I would just add is that we wouldn't maybe see a big difference on a one project basis or one site at a time, but I would imagine over time, the larger that number is, the more quickly our areas could potentially convert to more of a warehousing and distribution area, and we may not have as much land preserved for advanced manufacturing, or even if it's warehousing, the type of warehousing that supports a higher employment use. So it's difficult because we could kind of wait and hope for the best, or kind of settle for the warehousing and distribution, if I can put it that way, in the interim. It's a difficult question to answer, but yeah, we do think that over time, we may potentially miss out on some economic development benefit, but I don't think we would see that on a one project basis. I think if we were to see that, the entire area redeveloping, then we may feel a bit more of the difference.
Right. So is it rightful to say that the vision for the BPRD is not just warehousing and distribution, but it's coupled with the intention to increase employment in those kinds of businesses?
That is correct.
And the discretion with regards to granting a conditional use permit on a case-to-case basis will ensure that employment-based decision based on that kind of industry will be much more protected and hopefully develop not just in that area but for later on in other parts of the city.
Yes, I would say there would be some more projects that would be subject to the city's discretion, and we can really look at the findings to ensure that the benefits are maximized and the negative impacts are minimized.
Right. For the benefit of possible investors, what are they looking at? If they come and say, hey, could you make a conditional use permit? I wanted 175. But what are they looking at in terms of approvability and chances being approved? Hypothetically.
Yeah, I would encourage our other staff to weigh in as well, but that probably could be best answered by some of our developers and those stakeholders. But if I had to guess, I think anytime there's an element of risk involved, particularly with a land use, more so than a specific development standard, I think that would, potentially just be a risk that would be difficult for developers as they seek funding. That's just what we've heard from our stakeholders. I think every developer is different as well. I think some developers may be comfortable with a certain number. Some developers may be comfortable with a different number. So that's also just the reality of the situation. And I don't know if I answered your question, but yeah.
You did. I think you answered that this policy consideration serves better purpose considering the instability or the diversity of the investors that we have. So it's a good policy to look at each particular projects an investor will come and decide based on this rule on conditional use permit. I agree with. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. And now we have Councilmember Lan.
This question is for Holly. You said you have reached out to get input from stakeholders and community. What kind of input? And because you said it was great input, can you share a couple of the inputs for us?
Sure. So following the council study session that we had back in October, the first thing we did was to set up a series of focus group meetings. In November, there were 3 different meetings, same content for each, but we had about 4 to 6 participants in each. And we had fairly open-ended discussions, but there was a lot of input given about floor area ratio. For example, initially we had proposed, I believe, a minimum 0.5 floor area ratio, and we heard a lot of feedback that that was too high, that the way that developers were building and the types of buildings that companies were looking to lease, the kinds of companies that we want to bring into the BPRD zone. They needed single-story buildings because, for laboratories and R&D, they really use kind of single-story buildings with high ceilings, a high clear height, I think is the term I learned. And there's just certain operational needs that they have. They need a lot of parking because there are a lot of employees. So we, heard that feedback. We lowered the floor area ratio, the minimum, to 0.35. There was a fair amount of discussion about land uses and what would be appropriate. There was a lot of discussion about warehousing. I would say the main thing that we heard was just that with the economy as it currently is, with the market for office having basically disappeared for the time being, for the foreseeable future, and with the fact that these high-tech companies, they're constantly changing, they're very dynamic, that their needs may be different 6 months from now in terms of how they need to use space for advanced manufacturing and R&D. These are just, very dynamic and innovative types of industries. So just maximum flexibility is really the key to having these companies come in and having developers build buildings that can work for a variety of different types of tenants.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lan. And we have Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the reasons why we have BPRD is to actually really, the original intent is to limit the number of warehouses, because it's the intent of the city is to attract high quality jobs in the city for more revenue generation. And my question is, for now, how did you come up with 150,000 square feet? What's the rationale? Is there a formula? Give me some, what's the thinking behind the 150,000 square feet?
That number was really based on comments and conversations that we had with the various stakeholders. We had, as I mentioned, initially had a significantly lower warehousing threshold, which we heard very strong, very consistent feedback that was not workable. So we had pretty detailed discussions with a lot of different brokers and property owners and developers. And there was kind of just some back and forth and
In essence, it's just, there's no like mathematics involved or a formula involved. It's just feedback from stakeholders and other cities.
yes, I would say that's true. Yes, it was that specific number was acceptable to some of the stakeholders we talked to based on their experience with other cities' regulations, and it's not data informed. That's true.
Right. I can see that.
If I could add, Vice Mayor, good evening. If I could put a little bit more, I guess, context to that number, is that some of the stakeholders and developers were sharing with us that that's kind of at the point where the building goes from a building that's specific to a tenant versus a speculative building. So once you go over 150,000 is where you start to build the shell, and then you look for a tenant, and then you retrofit it for that tenant. So we also thought that that number was consistent with, knowing a tenant, which, I think would give us a little bit more surety, a little bit more or certainty with versus a project where we wouldn't know who the tenant would be.
I beg to disagree. For disclosure, I was asked to meet with Cisco and McCarthy. And I would also like to disclose, like 9 months ago, after your first presentation of this zoning proposal, we met with several stakeholders, developers as well. And we lost at least 2 major interests in developing one of our major areas here. And it's been 9 months. It took 9 months. The uncertainty of this is not good because there's an uncertainty. There's no concrete. That's why we're here tonight. So my rationale, that's why I'm leaning towards 200 square feet, is 200,000 square feet, I might add, is if other cities like Hayward, 150,000 square feet, or Fremont, 150,000, and then there is San Jose, which is open, right? Why do we have to be 150 if we want to be competitive, if we want to attract real businesses to our city? We have to be flexible. We have to have that certainty and also we want to streamline the process. We don't want to put burden we want to attract them because this is part of, they're not going to invest $100 million to $120 million without being certain of what they're investing. This is our chance to be able to attract businesses in our city. Another thing I would like to ask the city attorney.
Step down.
Well, I guess I'm gonna ask after when he comes back. Okay. For now, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make any comments? Oh, well, he's back, so go ahead and go back.
City attorney, this is just thinking aloud. 200,000. Because I'm concerned, like a developer comes in trying to invest $100 million to our city, and their square footage requirement is 215 to 212. I mean, a little above the 200 that I'm thinking about. Is there a way that we can say 25% on top of the 200? You don't have to use, you don't need a CUP. Is there a way we can say that?
Well, I think the way to say that would be to say the requirement is 225 before
Oh,
you
a specific number.
a specific number. I think if you start getting away from specific numbers, makes it much more difficult for planning staff in the future to work with people.
See, my concern is if they come in with like 210, I mean, then you're gonna have to require them to do this extra step. That's my concern, and I don't know how to resolve that.
So for each use, you'll have some number that beyond that will have to require the CUP unless the
Hmm,
council wants to go with no requirement for CUP.
I see. So maybe we can evaluate what happened maybe in a year or 2 years, look back and see what applications we got and move from there. Right? Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make any comments? If we have Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, thank you. I would have to agree with Vice Mayor Chua. I think that we do need that flexibility. We do need as well as sense of consistency, and with all the economic uncertainties due to global events and whatnot. The last thing we would want is to scare businesses away. And we have seen companies move away before. And I worry about that. I also worry about companies not coming here because of the kind of uncertainties in the zoning that they have to deal with. So, I think that we should be more flexible and less restrictive in this particular area. I also don't know where that number came from. The 150. I feel like it might just be an arbitrary number, like it's an even number. But I think if we were to ever change this, it would need to have some metrics, maybe a study of some sort. A policy as impactful as it is should not, move forward without that kind of justification. So, my recommendation would be to go with what was it, 225 or 200? 200, until the proper research is conducted. And that should, any changes be made, that it wouldn't impact existing companies, not make them non-conforming because of a ordinance change. It should be grandfathered.
Thank you,
May I
Councilmember.
just clarify? We're talking about 200,000 square feet, correct?
Thank you. So I have a couple of comments. So I do like I do agree, we do need some flexibility because the markets do change. However, Vice Mayor, you mentioned 225,000. I would rather stick to Yeah, I would rather stick to the 200,000 because if we go over that threshold, I'm afraid that, you're going to be started getting a lot of warehouses and that's not the intent. I think we would need to, I do think that we do need to do 200,000. That would make us more competitive and we can start attracting more businesses. And as you know, we need to generate revenue into our city, especially in these times. So just want to make those comments. And again, I really agree that 200,000 is the way to go. Any more comments? We have Councilmember Barbadillo.
Right. I feel like this council will change it to 200,000, but here's my thoughts and why I'm against that. Right. Our comment so far is, hey, is this 150,000 came from thin air? Well, we're equally guilty. We're shooting numbers here saying that to be flexible, to be fair, I talked to someone, we need 200,000. We have a very capable staff. As you have listened to the recommendation, 4 or 5 heads I've heard put things together and came up with a policy, painstakingly looking at the zones, trying to tidy up our economic, our map zones to the principles and visions of our general plan. And here we are, we say, hey, I think it's restrictive, let's put 200,000. You can convince me to put at 200,000 or 225,000 if you tell me this 225,000 came from fact, came from something that I studied, and say, yes, this is what the vision of the general plan is. But I haven't heard that. So I believe in the staff. As I said, I was brief about this one. I was presented again tonight with this one. That 150,000 is based on policy. If you haven't heard it, it's based on a policy to equalize the use of space as to see an increase in employment on that particular BPRD. So that's my thought. I will stick with the staff recommendation as to the 150,000. This council wants, it can reverse it. Let's wait. Let's do the 150,000 and change it later on. Other than the other way around, let's put 225,000 and let's see if the 150,000 well thought by the staff is appropriate for this zone.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. And just to let the audience and staff know that our city attorney is not feeling well, so he will step out for a moment. We'll step out for the night. And we just hope you feel better. Okay, who else was next? We have Vice Mayor Chua.
Based on the feedback that I got from stakeholders, it's really the 200,000 that is workable to make an investment to our city. And they have an army of people that do statistical analysis, all the analysis. I mean, they're investing a lot of money. Obviously, they put an investment of making a study, and the requirements that I heard from several stakeholders, at least 200,000. To address Councilmember Barbadillo's concern, that's why I'm putting a condition to look back and see in 1 year and look at statistics. How many are trying to get into Milpitas with 150? How many are all the development needs and requirements? Look back a year and then look back another year and report to the council. This is what it is. So then we can make a decision based on facts, which you reiterated that we need to make. Unfortunately, even with other cities, they don't have statistics on this. It's a new concept. And really, we don't want to tie their hands. We have to be flexible. We have to be certain We have to give them assurance that this is where we're going. That's how we lost those two potential investors in our city 9 months ago. And I don't want that to happen again. We lost 9 months, and that's where I'm coming from. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any more discussions from the council? We have Councilmember Barbadillo.
Well, may I request the Economic Development Director? I believe that you were part of that conversation when this policy was being developed and arrived at 150,000. What's your thoughts? What's your contribution to the decision why this policy being forwarded tonight is at 150,000 threshold?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Alex Andrade. Pleasure to be here in front of you, Economic Development Director. I think, and I go back to the Planning Commission, there's been this almost a desire to look for a magical number, and there isn't a magical number. As was said by our consultants and staff, we were trying to limit specific uses that would go into warehousing and distribution. We saw an increase in those uses that were, to some of us and staff, weren't highest and best use. So we were trying to create limits on those types of uses. We didn't foresee a pandemic happening. That changed the way we operate, it changed systems and the way we use space. So right now, office and research and development, obviously not the hot market, but my hope is that it will change soon. Industrial has been, as well as the multifamily residential, those two have been like the hot real estate products. And so, or at this point in time, when we look at the market, if we're trying to remain competitive, we have heard quite a bit from real estate brokers, developers, experts in real estate that looking at flexibility is going to be the best thing for us here in Milpitas. We are forever and constantly competing against other jurisdictions for good quality jobs, for really strong businesses. We lost one business in particular last year that was generating $1 million of tax, sales tax revenue. That's just one business. I always work on business attraction with the team, but also business retention and expansion is important. So this allows for not only new businesses to come in, but existing businesses to continue to invest. So as an example, KLA Plus, they've been here for many, many years. They took over the former FireEye site located on McCarthy Boulevard. They brought in 500 new employees through that expansion. So remaining flexible is really important for us. It's really difficult for us, as planning director earlier mentioned. It's a really tough question to respond to because we don't know how the market is going to respond. What I proposed at the Planning Commission a couple of weeks ago is similar to what Vice Mayor Chua is indicating. I happen to be sitting right behind in the seats here, and I looked over at City Manager Burnett Thomas and to see if he was okay to propose the idea of proceeding with 200,000 square feet and then coming back and coming with the facts that I think Councilmember Robert Barbadillo that you're looking for. We too would like to have facts and data and evidence, and so we could come back on a yearly basis and we see how the market responds. That's one way of looking at this. From a professional perspective and wearing my economic development hat, I would like to err on the side of flexibility because that's what we've been hearing from the development community. That's been very consistent. And we always know that the development community is looking for the two C's, certainty and consistency.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Bobadillo. Oh,
All right, if staff is withdrawing its recommendation, I'll agree with that. The question to you is, what's the impact economic development on the BPRD on the suggestion of staff. You tell me it's we need to be flexible. You're looking at the city managers, maybe, okay, let's agree 200,000. And if that means that staff is withdrawing the 150,000 conditional use permit, I'm fine. I'm just trying to justify where this 150,000 came from. And if you're submitting to the council saying, hey, we agree with flexibility, so be it. Let's change it to 200,000. All I'm saying is, you have studied, you means the staff have studied this and you came at 150,000. If you admit it came from thin air, I agree with the council. Let's change it. You remain focused that this is painstakingly studied and this is what you collectively believe would be better for the BPRD, then I'll stick to that. I am not hearing that even from the staff that's recommending it today.
Yeah, if Councilmember Barbadillo, if I may, I do want to add a little bit of context. When we're discussing this CUP threshold, we are not talking about all businesses. We are talking about a very narrow category of businesses, which are specifically warehouse and distribution, not associated with manufacturing of any kind or R&D or office. So pure passive storage. So it is staff's belief that the economic benefits of those kinds of businesses would be less than the other ones that we would ideally hope for. So that is one thing I wanted to point out. This would not hamper or limit an advanced manufacturing business, for example, even with 90% of their floor area dedicated to storage. It would not hamper them in any way. We are being maximally flexible for those types of uses. The other context I do want to point out is that this area, the BPRD area that we are talking about, is only one area in the city. We have other areas in the city, not more, but about double the size of this BPRD area that allow warehouse and distribution with no limitations whatsoever by right. So I wouldn't say that to limit warehouse and distribution for this area would necessarily eliminate that use from the city. There are plenty of other lands, double the size of the BPRD, that are still available for that type of use with no limitations whatsoever. So just want to share that context because I feel like that's important for this discussion and decision. But I do understand what Director Andrade is saying in that it's a difficult challenge because it's hard to have an exact number. I think we have basis for our number, but I cannot say that we have a formula. So we could certainly in the future do more research to a greater extent. We'd have to maybe cast a wider net to try to get a little bit more objectivity. But I think in the end, it's going to be difficult to come up with any kind of a formula.
But this is the best formula that you can present the council tonight, right?
As of right now, yes.
All right. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. And we have Councilmember Vice Mayor Chua.
If that's it for the rest of the council, I would like to make a motion, please.
Okay.
I would like to move all the recommended verbiage from the staff with the square footage raised to 200,000 and with a review in a year and 2 years to evaluate, analyze, and give us direction on what the data will have. And that's it.
Oh, Vice Mayor, if I may,
Okay.
the clerk reminded me, we need to insert the language into the recommendation to waive the reading of the title and introduce the ordinance number.
So moved.
Okay, I'll second that. Okay. All right, now. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Nay.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Thank you for that. Okay, so now we're moving on to item 13, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 13 is another public hearing, and this is a follow-up to our previous study sessions with the council regarding the fiscal year 2024-25 proposed operating budget for the city. And we have our Finance Director, Luz Confresi-Howe, here to make the staff report.
Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Montano, Vice Mayor Chua, council members, Fawn, Barbadillo, and Leanne, City Manager, and the public. Luz Confresi-Howe, Finance Director for the city, and thank you for inviting us back today. So today we have the public hearing and adoption, hopeful adoption of the FY 2024-25 proposed operating budget. And before I start, I do want to thank the finance staff. This is only my 5th week here, so I have to be honest with you. I'm not quite sure how much I had to do with this, but I'm been blessed and been very lucky. I'm going to call out a couple of people and embarrass them horribly, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to call out Gabby Singh. I'm going to call out Christine Nguyen and Fenny. I don't know where you are, but I hope that you're listening, along with the rest of the team in finance and the city. It's been monumental, the assistance they provided in putting this together. So I just want to recognize their extraordinary effort today. So next slide, please. So the agenda today is going to be fairly brisk. What I'm going to do is tell you where we are today. I'm going to recap what we did May 14th at our study session together. I'm also going to tell you what changes we've made from the May 14th study session today to today's budget that we have before you for adoption. Then we'll look a little bit at some upcoming events that are remaining on the budget calendar. And finally, we'll stop with the recommendation. Next slide. So where are we today? We've gone through a number of months. We've gone out to the public. We've done surveys. We've had a couple of budget sessions out with the public. We've talked about our capital improvement program. We've also adopted our capital improvement program budget, and that was an action that the council took on April 16th. We had employee town halls, a community engagement meeting. Then we had the May 14th study session with council and the public. Then on May 21st, we had a public hearing for the user and regulatory fees that we left, and that was no action was taken. And we land today, June 4th, where we're having this public hearing for the adoption of the budget. Next slide, please. And next, we're going to do a recap of the study session. So this is one slide. It's very complicated, but I wanted just to make it very short and sweet. This is effectively what you saw on May 14th during the study session. The revenues and the expenditures are the same. Revenues on the left, expenditures on the right, for a total of $248.4 million. Next slide, please. This is our general fund 10-year forecast that we presented to you at that time. I'm going to remind you of a couple of things. That proposed operating budget as it was published included our agreements with our ProTech group, our Milpitas Employees Association team, the city manager's FY 24-25 budget proposals. What it did not include, and we were very clear about that at the May 14th study session, were the numbers that we had for the agreement for the Police Officers Association. While we did have those numbers and we talked about them at the meeting, since that was not part of the published document. Since that was not part of the published document, we just wanted to keep it this what was given to the public as we had published in the entire budget book. So as you can see, last on May 14th, May 14th, we presented a balanced budget for FY 24-25 and the outlook. And once again, this is just looking at the general fund, not all funds, just the general fund. We look at a deficit starting in FY 2027-28. And a reminder that Measure F expires at the end of March 2029. Next slide, please. I also want to go over a little bit about the city manager's FY 24-25 budget proposals. We had 3 categories that we divided them into. We did some reorganization of functions to further efficiency and collaboration, focused on high priority community service needs, and we made suggestions and proposals to maximize city services delivery. And to talk a little bit in detail about those, and give me a moment to flip to my page. The first one was the reorganization of functions for further efficiency and the collaboration. That was the realignment in the city manager's office, a continuation of the actions that have been taken in December 2023 of deleting the director of engineering. For this further action and proposal that was brought before you on May 14th was to essentially realign the city manager's office to bring housing and building official under the assistant city manager, and to release to defund the deputy city manager position, and to delete the BSH, the Building Safety and Housing Director. So our focus on high priority community service needs, just a couple of highlights on that. We did the affordable housing. One of our proposals was the affordable housing ordinance, and that's $70,000. That's a continuing effort. That's continuing an effort that's ongoing today. We also expanded senior nutrition meals. We're giving 88 more meals a day, which serves about another 4 to 5 seniors a day for an additional 241 service days. And then we're also fully funding our business license contractual services. We're funding HDL, who is providing us business license and service administration. So that goes online, so it'll be convenient for all our businesses. For maximizing city services deliveries, a couple of highlights there are a couple of pieces of software that the police ask for. There are small ticket items, but large effect items. One of them is to connect basically contact information, in other words, addresses, with physical information. So that will ease emergency announcements for when the police makes an emergency announcement. They'll be able to get an address and tell you exactly where that emergency is occurring. Another piece of software that we're providing, once again, not a lot of money, but a big effect, is software to assist the police in gathering evidence and investigating crimes. And then we are providing some support, additional capacity for the human resources folks to help them with recruitment and retention. Finally, and to continue a little bit more on maximizing city services, we're providing vehicles for our patrol officers, an investigator, some of our utilities maintenance men, and we're also providing some equipment such as we're providing a mower and chipper for landscape maintenance, and then we're also doing buying some street maintenance equipment. So next slide. We also presented this as well at our May 14th meeting. It was a net increase of 3 people, and effectively that net increase are people who are out in the community providing services. So people who are doing maintenance, both landscaping, water systems, and also to support businesses as well. Next slide, please. So that is a recap of what happened on May 14th. Now let's go through and talk about what changes, if any, occurred between that May 14th to now. Next slide, please. So the increase, which reflects the only change that there is from the document that was presented to you on May 14th and the published budget document, goes up for about $1.4 million. And what that reflects is the inclusion of the Police Officer Association's contract. So the way we got to that 1.4 increase is the contract itself in FY 24-25 was a total of 2.2 million. We applied a vacancy savings rate. We increased our vacancy savings rate roughly 1%, and that realized about 0.9 million or 900,000. So subtract that, and the remaining 1.3 million was out of our PERS rate stabilization reserve, and that's how we were able to fund the police officers agreement. Once again, we're strictly talking about FY 24-25. I also want to make a comment about our May 21st meeting. I know at May 21st, there was a statement made that the 700,000 in revenues that was discussed at that meeting was included in the proposed budget. We went back, we looked at our numbers. That actually is not true. We realized the increase in our fees and charges was simply because we are expecting increased activities. For example, some of the life safety permits that we're getting, they've actually doubled over the last couple of years. And so we are basing our increase in activities and therefore an increase in fee and charges revenues solely on increased activities and not increase fees. So once again, I want to emphasize that the 700,000 in revenues that was discussed on May 21st was not necessary to balance either the May 14th version of this or today's budget on which you'll be voting. Next slide. Once again, this is the general fund 10-year forecast, and now it is updated to include the Milpitas Police Officers Association agreement, which you took action on and approved on May 7th. We are still balanced. We remain balanced through 26, 27, and then we go into deficit starting 2027, 28, and further on. Once again, a reminder, Measure F expires the end of March 2029. I want to just refresh everybody's memory and remind you that the action that you're taking today is for this year's appropriation. We provide you this forecast because we do look at the future. It's necessary for us as an organization. But we also, every action that we take on an operating budget is for the upcoming year. So the action you'll be taking today will be for FY 24-25. Next slide, please. There was a couple of other items that came up at the study on May 14th that we got some feedback from the council. We had a human resources recruitment pilot, and I'm going to flip to a page because I got very specific language on that. And hang on a second, give me a minute. So what that reflects is a pilot program for human resources to provide additional resources for support for seasonal hiring. So that's to allow existing staff to basically focus their efforts and work and resources on recruitment and retention and succession planning activities. And so that's the first one. That's roughly and approximately, we're looking at about 25,000 for that level of assistance. And then something else that came up, what we're calling a stress test, a financial stress test model. I'm going to start calling it a financial health model. I think that's a little more positive. We've had some discussions already, preliminary discussions with an organization called the Government Finance Officers Association, the GFOA. And the GFOA is for lack of a better term, the oversight agency for a public agency for municipalities. And they provide us with accounting guidance. They promulgate an enormous amount of guidance. And so we keep our books for their direction. So they do this level of modeling. They do it quite often. For example, they have a fully blown model for the city of Vista, which we'll be looking at in a couple of weeks. And they're also completing one for the city of Berkeley. So this is something they do well. I've done a great deal of research on this, not just for the city of Milpitas, but for 4 and other organizations. And frankly, they're the gold standard for public agency financial modeling. Next slide, please. This is the budget calendar of some upcoming events. As I mentioned, June 18th, we're going to have another public hearing on the user and regulatory fees. Just a refresher, remember we talked about this May 21st, and I do apologize that I wasn't here, but I was getting lots of good information from the training that I was at. One of the things that was discussed back there, I think we presented a roughly 5.8 to 6% increase overall in fees and charges, and then a number was raised about a 3.6 CPI. One of the interesting things that I learned at this training was that looking back, and this was, and I keep saying it was serendipity, it was just a matter of course, one of the municipal advisors at that meeting, their staff had done about a 60-year survey of CPI for the Bay Area, and it roughly averaged out at about 3.6. So the recommendation that we will be bringing to you in June 18th will be to come back to you with the user and regulatory fee with a 3.6 overall increase, and then to suggest that perhaps we might want to do a fee study to essentially set another baseline. And then in August and September, I'll come back to you again and to look at the community investment funds, that allocation discussion. That's a list of the things that we've talked about. It should just remind you that is the $483,000 that is remaining from unspent from the American Rescue Plan Act dollars. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to leave you with a recommendation. The first recommendation is to conduct a public hearing. We are obviously doing that now. Adopt the following resolutions. First, the budget as it stands for FY 24-25. Approve the fiscal year 2025 GAN appropriations limit, the fiscal policies, budget guidelines, and then authorizing various financial actions by the city manager, including approving and authorizing the execution of various contracts and payments over 100,000. The other four items, which is items B, C, D, and E, those are technical items that we need to change in order to reflect the changes that we've made, considering all the agreements that have been passed. And so with that, I turn it over back to council, and for any questions at your pleasure.
All right. Thank you so much for all your hard work and also for your team to do all that. So I will open up the public hearing and call for comments.
I have no public speaker cards.
Is there anyone from the audience that would like to? So we're going to open up the public hearing now. Thank you very much.
Voltaire Montemero, Milpitas. Great presentation. Yeah, a lot of figures, but I would say left and right. The left is the revenue, the right is the expenditure. So I saw a deficit, but it's part of the forecasted one. And then we're excluding the measure F. Is that per election? I think the measure F will be still garnering until 3 years from now, if I'm right in my photographic memory. And yeah, I can see that we need to tighten our belt, avoiding duplication of functions, like multi-functions among employees. I'm sorry to say that, but that's the only remedy. Then, and there's some more on the recommendation. We have public hearing and there's adjustment there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Is there anyone else that would like to make any public comments on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And now moving on to council discussion and questions. Is there anyone from the council that would like to make any comments? So we have Councilmember Lynn.
Could you come back up to the podium? Okay. Would you go back to slide number 10, please? Right here, yes. Liz, would you explain to me, because I see city council with $631,000. We know how much we're getting on our paychecks. Does this include a prioritization work fund?
I don't have an answer to that because I'm not quite sure I know what the prioritization work fund is. Are you
So what
talking
is
about?
that 631,000 consist of?
I would, that level of detail, I do not have. That I can find out for you. It would be, hang on a second.
Sure.
Thank you, Matt Kano, Assistant City Manager. And I'm not sure, Councilmember, this is what you're referring to, but at the study session we talked about from the former ARPA funds, that is now general fund dollars and it's community investment funds. And so there's $483,000 of savings that we're going to talk to you about using in the August and September timeframe. That money is not included in here. So sorry if that's not what you're asking, but I just wanted to clarify that.
No, I'm talking about 631,000. That piece of pie on that slide right there. It says city council.
I have the page open. I can.
Yeah, if
you.
I'll let.
Yeah. So this is in the budget book on page 88. The budget summary for the city manager's office. I won't go over everything, but it includes, of course, salaries, allowances, and also PERS, group insurance, Medicare. And the larger items, however, down below in supplies and contractual services, We have community promotion grants and loans for 37,500. Small amount for supplies, but there's 148,900 for training, travel, and memberships. And then we also include the 12,000, which is $1,000 per commission is budgeted under the city council's budget.
Yeah. Huh?
So for example, the largest item on here, if I'm looking at it correctly, about 148,900 under training, travel, and memberships. Of course, that covers the 10,000 each per council member for training and travel, and then the memberships and groups like ICMA and other groups are covered in that category. Another large one is on
Another large one is, I'm looking at it as well, and page 88 is where the breakdown is. And so we have salaries and support of salaries, which is looking at the fourth column in 386,000 or 387,000 rounded up. And then community promotions, the grants and loans of the 44,500, supplies and services, and then the training, travel, and memberships. If you want more detail, I can get you that.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lin. So we have Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Luz, Finance Director. Can we go back to page, I think it's the same one. Can you tell me the total FTE? Because I'm looking at police, fire, HR.
I think we can go back to page, if I may, forgive me for interrupting you. If you're asking about FTEs, there's a slide, I think it's slide 12. Two more. I'm sorry, pardon me, go backwards, slide.
It's the slide, the two pie charts right there.
Okay.
So-
All right.
This is it. What is the percentage for all the FTEs in our city?
What
We
is,
have 100%, right? And what is our total payroll, I guess?
our total payroll is somewhere around $107 million, and
What percentage is that?
that's of 248. That's roughly, I don't know. 1 divided by 248, whatever that number is. I don't really divide very well in my head. So, and yeah, because I'm cautious about it.
Why are you including the 248 with our?
It's the entire budget.
Our general fund, we're not funding from the total.
We actually do. The utility funds, the other funds do. The other funds do support some of our staff. So
But not all.
But not all.
So what this, who can give me the percentage, please?
Of general fund of salaries. $49. Yeah.
76%.
You're looking for. It's 105, so it's 105, included 2.2, so it's about one, it's still about 107. And if you're looking at the general fund dollars, it is, if you hang on a second,
Exactly.
divided by 137.
So,
So,
okay.
I can't give you that percentage off the top of my head.
249 divided.
It is actually 107 divided by 249, and I've got a calculator in my bag, in my hands. I got it.
40.
Who are we, do we know?
About 78%.
Yeah, that's about.
It's general fund. I'm looking at around, actually 139, it's roughly around 75%.
So
Mhm.
our FTEs is 78% of the total,
Of the
248.
General fund. I want to be really specific here at the general fund.
Okay, gotcha.
'Cause we have- Mhm.
Can we go on slide the one that shows the general projection for 10 years, by year? At the fourth year, we're going to be red. 11. There you go.
FY 2027, 28.
What? 11. The reason,
That's the May 14th
when we
slide.
do, what?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, that's the May 14th slide. If we could go to the next one. Keep on going down. The other way. There we go. All right, we are in a deficit in 2027, 28.
I got it. I saw the colors. So the reason for the stress test
Mhm.
is my question is, if you're gonna meet with the consultant, is to make sure that answers the question of what can we do now to prepare for this. It's really fairly soon. If you look at this, we're halfway through 24. What can we do now to mitigate what's going to happen in 2027? So all the scenarios that you can think of,
Mhm.
and also the recommendations of what can we do now so we're not going to be in a dire situation 3-4 years from now. I want that question answered.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
yeah,
all.
yeah,
That's all I wanted.
Yeah, we will have that question answered. I will say that California is a particularly difficult state to get revenues. We are a general law city, but even city laws, all city laws are affected by constitutional actions such as Prop 13, which was
Right.
passed in 1978, and the subsequent Prop 4, which was passed in 1979 and effectively held us to 1978, 1979 appropriations levels that are now inflation adjusted. So
I got that.
Yeah.
So all
it
those
becomes-
factors in,
Yes.
and very detailed,
Yeah.
very detailed report.
Yeah,
That's all I wanted to say.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make any comments? If not, who would like to make a motion? We have Councilmember Barbadillo. We have Councilmember Fan.
So I'm just curious if the deputy city attorney is on tonight. If the deputy city attorney is here,
No, they are not.
they're not. Okay. It's just yeah, it's typically, like if Ned was absent, then Matt would step in. And I was assuming that that's what a role of, an assistant or a deputy was. And I bring that up because I was really looking forward to seeing some sort of presentation from the city attorney's office, given that it does take up a sizable portion of the budget. I believe that was the only department that did not present. During our budget study session, there was no presentation from that department. I was really looking forward to having questions answered tonight. But it kind of brings me to my point of like what is the purpose of, you know, additional FTEs for this specific department if they're not even here to present. And when they were here and had an opportunity to present, they did not. That's one of the, you know, questions I'd like to pose for my colleagues. It's not for you to really answer. And then the other question that I would have, it's somewhat related, but for the 24-25 budget contracts over 100,000, I see there is a request for contracted outside legal services for Myers-Nave that's coming out of the general fund. Is this related to the request that was made at the last council meeting for the reappropriation, or however it was phrased, of the funds going to this firm?
I can answer that really quickly, I believe, and then if the assistant city manager has additional details. So the 175,000 would be new funds in the new budget. The item that was heard 2 weeks ago was existing funding in this year's budget that was being reappropriated from a different law firm to Myers-Nave to cover some additional work that they had done that was not anticipated at the beginning of the year. So those funds were available this year, but they will expire at the end of this month. But these are new funds. This
Would it
not
be a
all
new
of it.
contract then?
Pardon me.
Would it be a new contract then?
So yes, new contract.
Yes, it would
And,
be.
yeah, so because the old contract ends the beginning of the previous budget. So this will continue their work on the city's litigation on a variety. There's primary litigation, and then there's some other legal work that they do for the city.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that because the ask previously was a different amount. Just like 2 weeks ago. It's significantly increased.
I think this amount, the 175,000, I don't know how that compares to the amount that was originally allocated to Myers-Nave last year. I think it's comparable. The amount that was proposed last time, again, was we'll think of it as a transfer or a reallocation. So that was money that was allocated to a different law firm, but had not been used. And there was some additional work that was done by Myers-Nave. So we were simply going to transfer that money over from one legal contract to another contract, but it put it over 100,000. And that's why it came to the council.
I believe it was phrased as it was an extension of the contract. And I think since this is a new contract, that my concerns regarding the phrasing there, isn't really applicable. But I'm sorry, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to wait until you're done.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah. But overall, regardless, the number's sizable, the initial approval. So the only approval council has ever approved in allocating for contracted services with Myers-Nave was initially 35,000. We go from 35,000 to an additional request 2 weeks ago at 90, that would have put us at 125. You added this new, this is a separate contract. That brings us well over 300. How do you get from 35 to over 300? These are questions obviously for the city attorney, but if he's not here to answer them and there's no representative on his behalf to answer them, I can't in good conscience support that item specifically. I'm not saying that, that I don't want to move forward with a budget, but it is a large amount that I would like to see struck out. So that's my questions and requests, and I'll make a motion on that one later on. But I'd like to open up the discussion for my colleagues. I do think that we should reconsider the amount of funds that we're spending in this specific department, though, because, well, I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan, for your feedback. I just want to add one data point to the conversation. I talked to our budget team, and the $175,000 request for next year's contracts with Myers-Nave, that's the original number for next year's work that the city attorney's office submitted to our budget team 3 to 4 weeks ago. So it was not increased by the dollar amount that didn't get approved on the in the last council meeting on the 21st. So I just want to add that as a data point for the conversation.
Thank you. And we have Vice Mayor Chua.
Based on Councilmember Fan's input, I would pull that item out of the budget for next session or whenever it comes back, and move to approve the rest of the budget, if that's okay.
So to clarify the motion, just in case that we're adding, just to be clear, we're removing from the contract listing the $175,000 for that particular city attorney's contract. That's to be clear. So we would just simply add that to the recommendation and the action. Does that capture both your? Okay,
that's
great.
exactly
Thank you.
the intent of the motion. Is that okay with the second? Second.
So it was seconded, but moved by Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Fan. Or was Councilmember Barbadillo? Okay, so now we're ready for the. Councilmember Barbadillo, you have a comment to make?
Point of clarification, Mayor. So where are we procedurally? Are we making a sub motion over the motion approving the budget? Oh, we need legal resource. Who can we ask?
We're approving the budget, but removing that one item. I mean, that's her motion.
Oh,
that's her motion.
Councilmember Barbadillo, the motion is staff's recommendation and then remove Myers-Nave from the contracts of over $100,000.
okay.
So we're still adopting 5 resolutions. We're just removing that one particular line item from the resolution attachment.
I understand, but shouldn't we talk about the general budget first, then we start blocking things out, or we can do? So we're approving the budget. I haven't talked yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you're on now.
Okay. Sorry, I got confused. So no, I can't let not to talk about 253 million. That's one thing. As I said, not for my just benefit, but for the benefit of the community. And I'm a little bit frustrated. No one from the community come and check where are we going to spend 253 million. I don't know what's going on. But here's the question: if we could go to page 11, please.
So that's a general 10-year forecast
Yes.
as of June 4th.
All right, just right, just trusting these figures as compared to the May 14 presentation, what's added here is 2.2 million.
In FY 2024 and 25.
Right.
And then we have additional adds of use of the PERS rate stabilization reserve to make up for the future shortfall because of the POA contract.
I will come to that. So originally on May 14, 248.4, and with the approval of the POA contract, there was an addition of 2.2 million. And with staff's ingenuity, we had 900,000 from somewhere, plug it to the increase of 2.2 that made it 1.3 million.
Mhm.
And then that's what's projected on this projection now.
For FY 24-25, and to be clear, the 2.2.
Crystal. Madam.
Okay, I just want to be
Crystal.
sure.
You said that several times.
Thank
Crystal
you.
clear that we're talking about this fiscal year, right? But I'm beyond that a little bit. So we're balanced for the next 4 years, according to this, 4 or 3 years.
3
Sorry,
years.
3 years, right? So here's the question: how did we balance it? I understand that there's 2 sources of revenues for this city: one time and recurring. I want to find out which of these sources of revenue did we use to balance the first 3 years.
We used the PERS rate stabilization reserve, which was 6.1 million, was the June 30th, 2023 audited balance.
Okay.
And so every year we put into our reserves through the waterfall that's demonstrated in the budget into particular reserves. So we put money into that reserve, put money into others. And so we've used that reserve for FY 24-25 and for future years 25-26 and 26-27.
And in 28-29, those reserves are droughted.
27-28, we run out of the reserves. We still have a little bit left.
Okay, so I think that's the concern I have, right? In my understanding, you have a regular source, sales tax, hotel tax, and property tax, whatever. That is used and projected as source of revenue to make this budget balance. Another source of making the budget balance are these one-time revenue sources that you mentioned.
Yes.
Right. So is it prudent to balance the project with reserves?
Is it prudent or necessary? So I would say to you that it is not necessarily prudent, but we have not completed this year's we haven't closed this year financials closing, so we don't know what's going to be the leftover funds. We also our forecasts are predictions. So things can change, things can improve, things can worsen. So this is why every year we go back and we look at our forecasts, given the latest information that we have.
Right. I'll give you a hypothetical because it happens. I should have pulled it out from a consent. You made a reporting. There was supposed to be a report for the quarter ending in March 2024 for the budget that we approved last year. It's a repeat of what we're doing now.
Yes.
So what's that report all about? Did we balance? Did we really actually balance the quarter from the last year's projection? So to see if we can repeat this with this year's projection when you have the report next year. How did we fare?
If you look at that report, we have and I'm going to be really specific here, and forgive me for being so specific, but I feel I need to be. Through March 31st, we've spent amount of 78% of expenditures versus I think 58 worth of revenues. But what's important to note there is a big source of money, which is property tax, does not arrive until April. So you won't see that number until April. And that's a big chunk of money, a significant amount of money. What is also there is the money that we collect in arrears. For example, sales tax. Sales tax is collected 2 months in arrears, and our utilities threat tax is collected, I think, 1 month in arrears. So our revenues are in arrears. So it may look not great looking at the quarter, but we're looking at it at a point in time. So there are timing issues with revenues. Our expenditures are fairly steady. We know what they are. A bulk of it is
Oh, yeah.
our service funds.
You're right.
Yeah, because those are the people who are providing the services to the community. So those are our public safety people, our public works people, our administrative staff. And so those salaries are certain and known. What varies, and it's timing based, is things like property tax. We see it in December, we see it in April. So while
We made a well-calculated projection on those variables
Yes.
on this 10-year projection.
Yes.
My only concern is, as I said, as laymanly as I am with finances, right? We balance the first 3 years on one-time sources of revenue, like the purse funds and whatnot. So is that healthy? All I'm saying is, we dip on reserves just to balance the next 3 years. And we have these recurring sources like the sales tax and property tax. That's not enough if we don't dip on reserves.
Yeah. So is it healthy? Is it prudent? I would say to you, no. But at this point, we had no choice. We will make, hang on, we may be making some very difficult choices starting as early as next year. But at this point, we still had those dollars available to us and that we proposed to you back on May 14th. And so it's important to note that those are decisions that the council can make. But with the ramifications of not using those monies, we'll have to take some actions that are reductions in expenditures. And so we'd have to take some very thoughtful look at what we can and can't do as far as expenditures are concerned.
Here's the thing. We're confronted to approve the budget, and we're faced with a wall. We don't have a choice. Why didn't we have a choice? We started talking about the budget in October, November last year, with all the think tanks that we have, and now it's being presented. We don't have a choice. What happens when some measures fails in 2029? What happens when those reserves that we dip on the next 3 years droughts and will not be replaced, or some economic reverses happens in 26, 27? What are we supposed to do?
I think, and once again, I actually do focus on very much the fact that it is an action that you're taking that is today for the next year, because we do have a year to look at this. We're going to be building a financial model, and we're going to be looking at the levers that, once again, with the limitations of being a California municipality, what we can and can't do as a general law city in California. And we, as I just said, we may wind up making some very difficult choices with your guidance and your advice and counsel, and also with the help of the community as we reach out to them. But at this point, for this particular budget, we are using those funds to balance. It's something that we would not do lightly. It's something that this budget process, as you pointed out, is a 7-month process. Here we are at the end of November. So we have had a lot of discussions about it, perhaps not as meaty as you would have liked. But let's give us an opportunity to use that financial model that has been very helpful and see what we can do, and then make good decisions based on the information that we have.
So in the interest of time, wanted to have the city manager make a few comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out that as the finance director mentioned, and I may get the number on, for example, in the PERS reserve, which there's about 6.1 million. So just for example, we're not using all of that this year. We've apportioned that out over the next 3 years in order to balance the next 3 years' budgets. Now that amount will continue to replenish each year through the waterfall if there are surpluses at the end of the budget year. We don't know what that will be yet, even this year, because the current budget year has not finished. So there's kind of a moving goalpost here that we can project out with a great certainty the next year, a little less certainty the second year and the third year, and so on and so forth. But when we get to that point, we will deal with the cards that we have at that time. Right now, we're dealing with the cards that we have been given for the next fiscal year. And we can say with certainty that we've balanced the budget this year and next year. And we will have to take a look at, as the finance director indicated, 2 or 3 years from now, we will be in completely different circumstances. We've done our best to forecast what those will be, and that's what you see in front of you. But these circumstances are always changing, and we will have to address those changes when we know more. We're in the middle of it.
Thank you. Okay, so
Mayor, one more. This is very important to press for time. I think, we have to talk about this, and it's not just because it's 9:30. So one more thing on this chart, and I wish the city attorney is here, if we could talk about it.
Councilmember, we do have Assistant City Attorney Creech on the line now.
Right. So, Chris?
Yes, council member.
Right. So I'll throw in a hypothetical on this one. I'm not sure if I were allowed to talk about non-concluded contracts here.
So I think that for any kind of specific items that are not actually on the approved budget for this particular item, that wouldn't necessarily be what has been agendized and is before the council for tonight's meeting.
But what I can, if I may, Councilmember, what I can say is that we have, as we've discussed in closed session, we have identified funds to cover items that are not yet decided. To some extent, not, yeah. That's about as far as I can say as we're in current negotiations.
Okay, here's the question. How much would we add as an expenditure minimum on this projection, to put the deficiency on the third year? What's the minimum dollar amount, if I may ask?
To basically go in the red
Right,
on year.
to have the deficiency as early as 2026, 27. What's an expenditure that puts us in the red in deficiency in year 26, 27? 1 million, 2 million?
That could be anything. That could be as little as $1 million. It could be as little as $1. So I'm not quite sure what the question is.
Matt Kano, Assistant City Manager. I'll make an attempt to answer that as well. If we didn't change any of the math on here, of course, revenue and expenditures, and we added $1, then it would go into the red. But there's multi kind of levers and multi things, whether it's reserves or other mechanisms that are used to mitigate that as well. And so it's not a question that I don't think we're really able to answer hypothetically, unfortunately.
Okay, that's fine. I think that's a fair answer. All right, I think I'll make my conclusion here, Mayor. So yes, as presented, it's balanced. But what I hope and request to see is I don't know if it's annual reporting or half a year reporting to see the progress of our income generation. Let's say it's monitored, right? We should be all together on this projection. As you said, will take 1 year at a time. Will take this year, but all of us know that going forward, depending on what happens, we're already on the red on the 27th. So I think that's my request,
We already provide a quarterly report and we will be back to you mid-year to talk, that's, the quarterly report is the item that you approved on council on consent today. If you want, we can agendize that and have a longer discussion. That's certainly up to you, and that's something that already comes to you.
Right, so
So-
it's not the reporting of did we make enough for the expenditure for the quarter?
It is a comparison of revenue and expenditures and the actuals through March 31st, today's report, and
Right.
to what was budgeted and what
So-
was including any amendments. So it is an ongoing picture of how we're doing against the numbers.
Not about the numbers, it's about the efforts. That's what I'm trying to see and request going forward. We have these quarterly reports like what was in the consent calendar. What I'm saying is knowing this projection for the next 10 years, right? I would request a report, let's say income source, revenue source, what's going on with the purse, where do we need, sales tax, POTs and whatnot, just to see an ongoing, ongoing parallelism to this 10-year projection. So let's say fiscal year 2025-26, we hope to have an update with regards to, what's the waterfall with regards to the funds that we've been dipping on, can it will the waterfall put us in the fourth year? How are we doing with this, say, sales tax, property tax, and whatnot? Is it something that can sustain us together with the reserve funds? Just something to keep us going, and that I request that would be a point of discussion early on, sometime October or November before we start the next fiscal year.
So I believe that you get a long-term forecast. I saw on your calendar, you got one in January. So you would get something similar to this in January, right after mid-year. Would that suffice? I'm just trying to be as receptive as possible to your request and make sure that I understand it, so we can produce it.
Right. Well, more than that, like in October, November, right? We were presented with across the board 3% any group that talked to us about increasing their inflation. It turned out not. So the index, the starting point, when we start to talk the budget for the next fiscal year, we should incorporate some realities to it. Right. So that's what I'm asking, so that we could be prepared. And I just don't want on my one vote that here comes a year, suddenly economic reverses happens, we're on the red and we don't have a choice.
So what I'm hearing you say, just to make sure, I always try to make things really clear, is that you want to see something similar to this in January. And so I believe that we've already produced.
November, October, when we start the next fiscal year budget.
Yeah.
As we start the budget.
I think we bring those items to council in January, but I'll confirm with I'll confirm with
Mayor,
you.
if I may.
Yeah.
Vice
I
Mayor.
just want to make a comment. I think I understand what Councilmember is asking. Councilmember Balillo is asking. I think very similar to this or exactly like this, a snapshot quarterly. So, because we kind of understand this. So use this format because I know the other one is like, I really don't understand those quarterly reports, but I can relate to this one. So if we can try to have something like this, I think on a quarterly basis, so we know where we stand and we can act right away.
Okay.
That would help a lot, I think.
That will help a lot too. So that's great. So what we're going to commit to and I forgive me because I'm one of these people that repeats things just to make sure that I understand, is we would provide on a quarterly basis a general fund 10-year forecast with the presumption that the other funds balance themselves, which they do, and give that information to you quarterly. And it would be roughly in about 2 months in arrears because we want to have all the most recent information. So for example, today you're looking at June you're looking at March information, so we would want to close the quarter with actual so we could give you good
Exactly.
information. That
Mhm.
work? Okay.
That works.
Thank you.
And also your forecast will change
The
because
forecast,
based on actual data.
the forecast will change on actual data, and the forecast will change because the forecast change. So we
Exactly.
get updated information from our forecasting
I-
sources.
I think we got that. Is
Thank you,
that
Vice
okay, Councilmember Barbadio?
Okay, not just that, and then let's visit everything, including
Right.
yeah, that well, we're trying to develop this just to be prudent about what we're looking at in the next few years. So not only on the economic side, let's look at the other factors, not just the math, right? Other factors as in our employees or workers. Is it still affordable? Not just trying to say, hey, we don't have a choice. We do have a choice. The choice is look at the other factors that contributes to the deficiencies of a budget. And if you look at the pie chart on page 10, it's very obvious where the majority of this budget go. So as I said, not just the mathematics and the sources, let's also see the other factors.
So we would also provide you with the expenditure side is what I'm hearing. And of
Right.
course we would.
And affordability of employees that we have.
Pardon me?
And affordability in retaining, compensated employees that we have.
Yeah, that would be part of the forecast.
Okay.
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 Thank you. I think Ned wants to make a comment on that.
I was just going to suggest we could bring the forecast back with the year-end report that we always do. Once the books close on June 30th, Gabby, what month do we usually bring that year-end report to the council? And I don't know that we included a 10-year forecast, but we could, because that will be the actual numbers, and we'll know what that report always includes the result of the waterfall and where that money is going.
Yeah.
So is that
Okay.
We usually bring that around in end of September or early October.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, September, October timeframe. So I think that you had tonight on the consent calendar, the third quarter financial report, and that would be the fourth quarter financial report, which is the year-end report, and that would include all the totals. I think that would be a good milestone in which to present an updated 10-year forecast.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it. That said, I would like to reiterate the motion on the floor with a second from Councilmember Fan. We're ready for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadio,
No, because I don't have sufficient information. The department that's supposed to answer questions is not here, so I cannot make a decision. So my answer is no.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
There's an amendment to that recommended based on your fee input.
Can you come back to me?
Mayor Montano,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
On to item 14, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is certification of election results and adding properties at 675 Trade Zone to the Community Facilities District 2008-1. I believe we have a representative here from our Public Works Department Engineering to answer any to present a report and answer any questions.
Good evening,
Welcome.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is Arthur Valderrama from Public Works. I promise that my presentation is really short. So this short presentation is recommending the City Council the adoption of a resolution certifying election results and adding the property located at 1951 Terrab Court and 675 Trade Zone Boulevard into the Community Facilities District number 2008-1. Next slide, please. As a background, the Melrose Community Facilities Act of 1982 was enacted to authorize local agencies to form community facilities districts, or CFDs, as a mechanism to address the lack of financing for public facilities and services for newly developed areas. CFD 2008-1 was formed by the city via resolution number 7815 on January 6, 2009, to fund city facilities and services that will support new developments within the Milpitas Metro Specific Plan. Funding will support the following types of services: police protection, fire protection, maintenance and lighting of public facilities, flood and storm protection, remedial hazardous waste removal. Next slide, please. The development is located at 1951 Terrab Court and 675 Trade Zone Boulevard on a 4.1-acre site within the Milpitas Metro Specific Plan. Site development and conditional use permits were approved by City Council on February 27, 2023. The development will consist of 78 townhomes, condominiums, and 12 accessory dwelling units. Next slide, please. The development within the Metro Specific Plan is conditioned to be annexed into CFD 2008-1, specifically annexation number 26. The Registrar of Voters certified that there are no registered voters residing within the annexation boundaries, and this annexation requires a vote from the property owners within the boundaries of the proposed annexation. The common owner of the two parcels agrees to the CFD annexation. Next slide, please. Following receipt of election results from the city clerk, staff recommends council to adopt a resolution certifying election results and adding 1951 Terrab Court and 675 Trade Zone Boulevard to the Community Facilities District number 2008-1, annexation number 26. Next slide, please. Also, this concludes my presentation tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, now open the public hearing. And anyone have any comments?
I have no public speaker cards.
So you have Mr. Montemayor.
Thank you. I think it's a comeback topic that we have to resolve. And I could tell that there's, it mentioned the registered voters, and then the registrar of voters in Santa Clara is mentioned also. So should be clear for the presenter. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And now moving on to council discussion. Council members, any discussion, any motion? Is there anyone that would like to make a motion? We have a council member, Lynn.
Move to approve.
Mayor, we need to have the canvas of the election results.
Okay, we'll do that right now.
There was one ballot received in favor of the proposition. All of the propositions have been approved.
Okay, all right, now we will make a motion. So it was moved by Councilmember Lynn. Second by who? Seconded by Vice Mayor Chua. Okay, let's take a vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you, Brett, for that. Now moving on to item 15, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is also a public hearing and it's a resolution to confirm the assessment and levy for the landscaping and lighting maintenance district at McCarthy Ranch. We have Public Works Engineering staff here to present that staff.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members.
Welcome.
My name is Roberto Alonso. I'm the Public Works Division Manager. Here to present item number 15 to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering a levy for the landscaping and lighting maintenance assessment district number 95-1, McCarthy Ranch, fiscal year 2024-2025. Next slide, please. Little bit of background. The city maintains the irrigation, landscaping, pedestrian lighting, and gateway improvements along North McCarthy Boulevard from State Route 237 north to Dixon Landing Road, including portions on Ranch Drive. This slide contains a map that shows the extent of the LLMD District 95-1. Next slide, please. Additional background, the Lighting Maintenance Assessment District, LLMD number 95-1, was created to fund the city's perpetual maintenance, repair, and renovation of the improvements. LLMD improvements are maintained by the Public Works Department. The administration and annual assessment process for LLMD 95-1 is governed by the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972 and requires the City Council to perform three items. One is to initiate the preparation of the annual engineer's report, which was completed in March 5th of 2024. To approve the annual engineer's report and assessments. This was completed in May 7th, 2024. And today we're here to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the annual assessments and ordering the levy for the district proposed for today, June 4th, 2024. Next slide, please. The engineer's report and annual budget for this district includes 42 commercial and industrial parcels. Total assessment for fiscal year 2024-2025 is $448,957. The assessment rate of 0.0381 per square foot does not exceed the maximum allowable rate of 0.0550. The fiscal year 2024-2025 rate is approximately an increase of 4.38% from the previous fiscal year's assessed rate. Next slide, please. It is staff's recommendation to open the public hearing, receive any comments, and move to close the hearing following any testimony, and to adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for landscaping and lighting maintenance assessment district number 95-1, McCarthy Ranch for fiscal year 2024-2025. Next slide, please. And that concludes presentation for this item.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And so now we will open the public hearing on this item.
I have no public speaker cards.
Go ahead. Does anyone else want to speak? Mr. Montemayor? Thank you, Alonso.
I just mentioned the road from when I'm using from Fremont Boulevard, from Dixon, from Walmart, and I drive happily. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we will close the public hearing and move on to council discussion. Is there a motion or any discussion? Discussion and then motion. Okay, is there a motion? So we have Council Member Barbadillo that would like to.
I move to adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for landscaping and lighting maintenance assessment district number 95-1 McCarthy Ranch for fiscal year 2024-25.
Thank you. I'll second that. Okay, so now for the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo? Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Thank you, everyone. Now moving on to item 16, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is a companion to the one that you just heard. This is an identical resolution confirming the assessment and the levy for the landscaping and lighting maintenance district number 98-1 at Sinclair Horizon for the coming fiscal year. And again, we have our Public Works Division Manager, Roberto Alonso, staff.
Hello again. Next slide, please. Bit of background on this item. The city maintains irrigation, landscape, and pathway improvements adjacent to Sinclair Frontage Road on and Los Coches Street, constructed as part of the Sinclair Horizons residential project. Again, the slide shows the map of the area where the LMD is located. Next slide, please. The Lighting Maintenance Assessment District, LMD number 98-1, was created to fund the perpetual maintenance, repair, and renovation of the public improvements. LMD improvements are maintained by the Public Works Department. The administration and annual assessment process for LMD 98-1 is governed by the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972 and requires the City Council to initiate preparation of the annual engineer's report. Again, this was completed back in March 5th. To approve the annual engineer's report and assessments. This was completed in May 7th. And to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming annual assessments and ordering the levy for the district proposed for tonight, June 4th, 2024. Next slide, please. This particular district includes 98 residential parcels. Total assessment for the fiscal year 2024-2025 is $52,765. The assessment rate of $538.42 per lot does not exceed the maximum allowable rate of $567.75. The fiscal year 2024-25 rate is approximately an increase of 4.26% from the previous fiscal year's assessed rate. Next slide, please. Again, it is staff's recommendation to open the public hearing, receive any comments, and move to close the hearing following any testimony, and to adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for landscaping and lighting maintenance assessment district number 98-1, Sinclair Horizons for fiscal year 2024-2025. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation for this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Roberto Alonso. And so now I will open the public hearing and call for comments. Is there anyone from the public?
I have no public speaker cards.
Mr. Montemayor.
Similar reasons that I had. I go to Kaiser, I go to bowling, I go everywhere, and the curb there, and there's a wall of the residence area, and there used to be a skating area. It's now full of houses, and that's including the 90 residential parcels. So good to drive there, shortcut instead of Milpitas Boulevard and Yosemite. I use that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to mention, Dem Nitafan, remember Dem? He used to live in that area, so we're all good friends with him. But anyway, thank you so much. I will close the public hearing now, seeing none. And now moving on to council discussion. Okay. Is there a motion? We have Councilmember Lin.
Yes, motion to adopt these resolution.
Is there a second? Who is that? Councilmember Barbadillo.
Second.
Wait a second. Okay, motion, it was moved by Councilmember Lin and seconded by Councilmember Barbadillo. So let's vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you for that. And I believe we pulled an item, right? It was C2.
We pulled item C2.
C2, okay. And that was pulled by Councilmember Fan, and you can go ahead and discuss that.
Yeah, this pertains to the the item on this pertains to the minutes regarding the item on the Myers Nave reallocation or reappropriation, whatever it was agendized as. I think there were a number of key information that was left out of the minutes, and I wanted to make sure that it does get included. So the amounts that were stated, I would like included from the $35,000. This city attorney mentioned that the council had initially authorized a $35,000 contract with this particular firm. I do want that entered into there. He also mentioned that this was an extension of that contract, and it would need council approval. And then he also mentioned that the city has been working with Myers Nave for the past 30 years or so. I would like that entered into the minutes as well. And that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Is city manager, do you mind to make a comment on that, or is that sufficient?
Yeah, I think we can go back and watch the tape of the meeting and then insert the details that Councilmember Fan has requested into the minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Vice Mayor? Oh, okay. So, Councilmember Band, would you like to make a motion since you pulled it?
If you would like, may I suggest, if you want to approve the minutes for the May 14th meeting, if those were okay, we can make the requested changes to the May 21st minutes and bring those back as a separate item at the next meeting.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so there's no motion. Okay, thank you for that.
Mayor, we still need a motion to approve the May 14th minutes.
Okay. Do need a motion. Okay, so Anthony?
It's Councilmember Fan, and I would make a motion to approve the minutes for May 14th.
Is there a second? Okay, so it was motioned by Councilmember Fan and seconded by Councilmember Lee. Okay, let's take a vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leon,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Okay, so now we will move on to announcements and any future agenda items. City Manager?
Oh, I just have one quick announcement. So next Tuesday, on the 11th, the council is scheduled to hold a special meeting. We will begin here in the chambers at 5:30. And I've sent a couple of emails about that night. We will have the first, and think will become annual event, first announcement of the Community Heroes Awards. So if the council members have not yet made their nominations, and we will need those by tomorrow at noon, so that we can invite the awardees and have them come to the meeting and prepare for it. So we look forward to having that. And then we will also have prioritization and possibly one additional agenda item on that night, that special meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council members, anything under announcements? Seeing none, meeting adjourned.